can't believe I'm regretting not watching more isekai anime. How the heck do I get back to the real world?
Born under the moon and its silvery light, offered to the night sky, where I was born. The family gathered to welcome the newborn. His eyes open to the moon. I stare out at the sky. Born under a silver moon, its curse crawls within. Born under a silver moon, its light burns my skin. Howling in the moonlight, screaming in the darkness, fearful of the wild ones, making the animals hide. Prowling in the night, like a long lost soul, searching for your home as your skin turns cold. Born under a silver moon, its curse crawls within. Born under a silver moon, its light burns my skin.
Good morning, wherever you are. I can't say Vietnam, even though that would really work nicely. Thank you for joining me this early in the morning. It is 6 o'clock here in the morning in New Zealand on a Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday, 2nd June. So wherever you are, welcome to the Monkey Show. As you can see, I've been playing around with the overlays and stuff, and I was just doing this one right here just before it came on stream, and this one, right? Oh, you can't see this. You can't see my arrow over my Anyway, so trying to make the different layers for different people when they come on. It takes a bit of time and effort. So yeah, I was rushing. It took me about 10 minutes to find the right one. But anyway, enjoy the snowfall. I thought it's pretty cool to have something in the background, the black area, because it just looks boring otherwise while we're switching between videos. And so I said to Tim, I'm gonna put something there. Might have something else later on, maybe some overlay with some Rick and Morty soundless in the background and stuff. Now I was trying to I'm like about halfway through this. I'm putting this mature art stream up because it's going to have some nudity in what I'm doing and some violence in the artwork that I'm working on for the comic book that we're going to be doing, which I had to close down because when I switched over my the app, I had to close down this Clip Studio Paint app because when I went through to look for my fonts, it had read it out. And when you don't have the fonts there, it tells you that you've been using before, and it's suddenly not there anymore. It goes red, and I'm going, well, what, man? Now I got to find the font that I used, and so I had to run around looking for the font. But all these fonts I own because years ago, for the last 20 odd years, I've been buying fonts and getting the free ones and then buying the ones that are that I want to use. And so what's happened is that I switched from I bought a custom built desktop, one of those flat ones, last year. I think it was maybe last August. No, it would have been about October. That's when I got my GST return, my tax return. So whenever I get, every 6 months, I file my taxes, right? So whenever I get my taxes going through, the first thing I do is I figure out what equipment I need. That's the most important thing for me, is to make sure that I'm up to date with apps, software, antiviruses, VPNs, the whole shebang, that I spend money on that. And that allows me to make sure that I'm always up to date with what we're paying for, because I pay for a lot of stuff, right? Internet just being a minimum thing, but then we pay for StreamYards. That's about, for me as a Kiwi, New Zealand, it costs about $75 alone a month just for StreamYard. That's why I stream a lot more now, because I'm like, well, last year was $45, this year $75, so maybe next year will be $100, right? But as I load these files up, I'm just looking for the right file that I'm supposed to be loading up, because that's why I see the gray screen there, because I had to restart the app to load up the fonts. But because I switched from the custom, and the custom in in the sense that when I bought it, it was only about 600 New Zealand, right? So it's about 350 US or something like that. And so it's a refabricated desktop. There we go. It's all up. And so because it's a refabricated one, it allowed me to have something like about maybe 16 gigs of RAM compared to the 12 I had, or 24. It was just, they'd put in these extra gigs of RAM so that my my cards would work. My software would work with it, but also it wouldn't lag, right? Every time I opened up a page, it would take about 30 seconds to a minute to load, because that can be really freaking annoying. The longer it takes, the more frustrated you become, right? And so I'm like, okay, I've been using the same one, and that was, again, custom built, cheap, refabricated, because I don't like buying new computers, because you buy them new, in 3 years they'll be obsolete, right? And it's better to buy every couple of years cheap, custom built from refabricators, whatever you want to call it, from computer shops, the guys who build their own stuff. and they buy like the whole complete office works, like 30 computers that they used in a like a in an office center or something, and now they're just getting rid of it so they can upgrade. So they refabricate those computers and they add in extra RAM because they know that everybody wants more RAM. The more RAM you have, the faster you can you know you can start process getting your work done, because it gets really frustrating. Like I said, if it takes 1 minute, 2 minutes to upload, for the page to load. So you just saw that, right? How quickly that loaded. Like, check this out. All right, 1, 2, right? You can 2 seconds. Before it was like 30 seconds, and it's like the slower it takes, the more frustrated you get, and it's like, man, now I'm wasting time. So in the old days, man, when you were doing dial-up computer, dude, you couldn't live stream. All you had was chat rooms, right? Forums, and you go in those forums and just chat. And if you put an emoji in, like a moving, like a little video, something, it would take forever to load. Something like this, like a 3-second thing, right?
What?
It would take forever. Yeah, and that's what it felt like. It's like, dude, load up. And they'll have gifs, whatever you want to call it, and that would take about a minute to 2 minutes to load up. If the farm wasn't, whoever its farmer it was could handle it. And this I'm talking about like 96, man. That's 30 years ago when I was on the internet, right? When I first got on the internet. And my dad had it. Our family is like, one thing my dad always has been good to us about is making sure that technology in the house is always up to date, right? That we always had up to date technology and stuff and equipment. And so I wish that I had the encouragement to do coding when I wanted to when I was 15 years old. And I saw people coding and stuff, and I was like, at school, right? And in computer class, and we had this IBM that, like, man, huge. I mean, it wasn't huge. It was like one of the first private computers that you could have at home, and it was just crazy. And so I went. My dad used to get the magazines, and I used to go home and listen to, I mean, after watching the teachers teach us something, I'd go home and go, oh, Dad, look for my dad's computer magazine, because that's what the teacher was teaching us from, right? He's got this big, huge manual, and then in there you'd see the codes, and I go, oh, I've seen those codes in my dad's magazine, right? Uh, IBM, or was it Commodore 64 magazine, or VIC 20? And so I would open them up and go, okay, I might as well sit down and do some work, right? And let's play some music in the background. Writing music and stuff, lyrics. And so, I sit there at the computer, set it up with about 6 is about the right. Let's get that one back up again. Um, yeah, so I start coding, and then I remember my dad coming and goes, "Oh, that's." I don't know how my dad ever thought that coding wouldn't be an important part of the future, even though he was so in touch with technology and stuff in the 80s that and this is like I'm talking about 88, right? I'm 15 years old, and my dad walks into the kitchen. I'm set up in the kitchen with the computer, looking at the magazine with the codes in it. He might have been before, or PC magazine, whatever it was back then. And I'm typing away, so my brain's not getting it, but I'm trying to. And then I think my dad might be he's struggling and thought, yeah, this dude's not made to be, technical minded. So, maybe started to say my right path. And hey, dude, hey, Stripper, how's it going, man? I see you changed your name. Welcome. Yeah, dude. Oh, Matt, I think Yeah, I wonder if Matt would. I might have to look into that. That's not a bad idea. I wish we could go back to like being able to do good printing and newsprint, and then we could like really bring things to the cost of this things down. And just gloss is. I mean, all of us love the smell of the old 80s, 90s, 60s, and it's great. 50s comic book. I don't know why they decided that the gloss would be it. And I think it's got more to do with like speculators and collectors than actual readers. True, true. I don't know. I mean, my screen is kind of gloss, right? So it looks quite nice and not gloss, but I mean like glass, or whatever it is. Because I'm actually looking at this on a 33-inch, sorry, 43-inch computer screen. I mean TV screen. My bad, flat screen, right? 43 inches. It's about, I don't know, 3.5 meters away from me, 2.5 meters, 3 meters away from me. Um, so I'm zooming in to get the details right. But yeah, this is actually Louise who actually colored this. So you can see here, when I first did this, I had them written as European, but then I thought like when I went into color flat, let me just show you. I changed the color screen because I thought it'll add a bit more, you know, a bit more flair, a bit more interesting sort of look to it. Could, yeah, I mean, it could do, right? I mean, it depends on um, what the publisher set up for us to print on. But I mean, I wouldn't mind a matte. I don't really, to be honest, I don't care what the paper inside feels like, or like gloss or semi gloss, because I think semi gloss is probably going to work better, or or matte finish, because to be, well, I just want to see this thing printed, right? And sadly, I mean, if you guys have been following this channel, uh, we've been like, I don't know what the hate is for us. Maybe I guess I have, I've pissed off some people. But if you go to the Howler page right now on Kickstarter, a comic book that's already 100% finished, right? All the stickers, designs are all finished. All the cards are all finished. All the T-shirt prints, designs are all finished. Poster, all finished. Comic book, all finished. So nobody has to wait for it, right? But since we started, it's been like it's been mess. I don't know what the hell's been happening with it, but I've talked to Kickstarter, twice, in the last 4 5 days, whatever, 6 days since we started it. People have just been like brigading against it, and it's like, dude, it's a teen pledge comic book. It's a damn comic book, and you guys are making such a big deal with it, right? It's like, come on, like, if you're so hateful, why don't you just friggin' buy the digital and read for yourself and figure out if it's something that you should hate, right? Before you start reading it. I mean, before you start brigading against it. It reminds me of the whole. I saw a little bit today about. I think. Let me see if I can find it. I saw this little thing when they were like to do with. Where is this? What was it? Dogma. That was it. Dogma boycott. Right. So Dogma the movie. Um, Dogma the movie. There was like a, yeah. Check this out. Right. So this is what Howler reminds me of when it comes to these people who are like trolling our campaign. And for me, I mean, if you do it to me, that's fine. But you got to understand that my artists, our artists, have worked on this really hard to put this comic book out, right? And you guys want to brigade against the comic book. It's a damn comic book, right? It's like, it's a comic book, dudes. You know, so check this out. This is what happened to a movie that nobody had seen, but they decided to brigade against, right? And I've seen this movie. It's funny. It's actually got guarded, you know, I mean, it's tongue-in-cheek. It's fiction, right? It's fiction. It's not real. Just like my comic book, right? That I'm going to be working on in a minute with the lettering and stuff. It's fictional. It's got the religion in it is fictional. I created its own religion so that people wouldn't go on about, oh, this represents this and this. I get, no, it does got nothing to do with Christianity, right? It's a religion that is created by a person about 600 years ago, right? And everything about it is fictional. It's made up to unite the world. So anyway, check this out. Wait, is it? I see. I thought it was like muted. So they brigaded against dogma. So I guess, you know.
Already generating a huge amount of controversy, and so is its creator, Kevin Smith, who lives right here in New Jersey.
News 12 New Jersey's Caroline Shively reports on one protest against the movie in Eatontown tonight.
Hail Mary, full of grace.
Organizers in Eatontown had hoped for hundreds to join them in the protest against the movie Dogma. Instead, they got less than 24, but they were joined by this man. He wouldn't admit it, but he looked and sounded suspiciously like Dogma's writer, director, co-star, and New Jersey resident, Kevin Smith.
I don't think it stands for anything positive.
What does it stand for?
I don't know, but I've been told not good.
The movie follows two fallen angels who try to get back into heaven and the people who are fighting to keep them out.
I was the 13th apostle.
You knew Christ.
No, brother owes me $12.
But lines like that have many groups angry.
We're here with a small number, but we're the church militant. We should have more Catholics here. If this was a direct attack against Muslims or the Holocaust or the Jewish people, you would see them outraged.
The protesters didn't seem to slow down the number of people pouring into the theater to see the film.
It just makes me want to see it more, actually, if there's controversy about it.
I think they might be taking it too seriously. I mean, it's just a film. It's a comedy. So you really shouldn't take it too seriously.
The battle between the protesters and filmmakers is sure to continue for as long as the film runs. But in the end, this is a fight that might be won or lost at the box office. In Eatontown, Caroline Shively, News 12, New Jersey.
It's basically it, right? Like, this is how serious people take comics right now. And it's like, dude, it's just a fucking comic book. And like, oh, we don't like you, so we won't support your comic book. Okay. Why not just freaking read it? Sorry, I got the wrong one. Yeah, I should show that, right? So this is like, it's been a week, and we had like up to about 300 on our other one, right? That got taken down because some people felt that they had to take down because it was R-rated, right? It was a manga that showed some, nudity in it. And it was a horror, supernatural, fantasy horror manga. And then we had the Howler. And so I said, oh, since we can't, you guys are hassling us about having partially nude people, females, two lesbians in the comic book. Well, I'll just put out the other one that was in it, which is teen plus, 15 and over, 13 and over in New Zealand comic book. And then you guys can just you can't say, you have no foot to stand on. But now nobody's supporting the friggin' comic book at all. And it's like, wait, what? What's going on? And then I realized that, well, yeah, they were being brigaded again. So I go to Kickstarter, go, hey, can you actually look at what's going on? And they said, yeah, we found that this is happening. I was like, well, are you going to help us out? Like, this just sucks. So now we got 0 in a whole week. And I've been doing all the advertising, promoting and stuff, right? Not advertising because I'm not paying for advertising. Maybe I should pay for advertising, right? Maybe it'll bring in people. But then I'm like, why don't I just save that money and put it towards printing anyway, rather than paying for promoting? Now, Shifter says, but if you play with, and this is the talk we had earlier about, if you're just joining us, about the gloss and semi-gloss look of the actual printed pages or with the art. He says, but if you play with the matte or semi-gloss, you can add a depth to for the price of the coating. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, for me, I would love for my comics to go back to newsprint, right? But it's all about what the printers are printing, what's safe, and using, right? What's safe for them, what's economical for them, because every part of producing a comic book, somebody is doing something, some work, right? Or using some product on top. And so the prices go up. And this is why a lot of people don't really understand about the production of comic books at all, and why people run away with other people's money, right? When they realize, especially on Kickstarter, when they realize that, oh, we oversold. Oh, we weren't expecting to, to have this much, this little money. Or no. Usually people that get the money and run are people that actually have a successful campaign, but their business mind hasn't helped them think about the freight costs, the cost of actually including the cost. See, people go, oh, it only cost me $2 to make a comic book. No, it doesn't. It costs you how much it costs you to get an artist per page. It costs you your own time. It costs you to get the books printed, but then also, remember, getting those books printed and then sent back to you. There is a freight cost, right? So there is a tack on. So already your costs go up. So not only the production of it and the time you spent. So like for me, right? I'm paying, because this is a separate to what Louise is doing. I saved up over the last month or so, actually a couple of months, and so I could pay Louise to finish off my. Let me open this other page up so you guys can see the actual color flat. To where are we? There we are. What page was that? 9. This one. Yeah. So here's the original color flats I did. And here's the other thing. I mentioned early on that I bought a secondhand, refurbished, upgraded, custom built PC, right? So part of that was that I actually bought a secondhand at auction, right? Wacom tablet. It's actually this one here. Let me grab it. DTX 16-inch, I think it is. Wacom DTX 16-inch. Is it touch? I think it's touch. Touch screen. So I bought a second-hand. Is that the one? Is that what my one looks like? Let me just check here. Yeah, that's the one that it is. So this is and this is what I'm talking about. Like I always try to every 6 months or so I try to invest in myself, right? Is that a DTK? I think it might be this one. Let me just check. It might be the other one. So like about a year and a half ago, I bought a different one, secondhand. And then after that, I bought this one at secondhand because it was like, yeah, it's a touch screen. 16 touch. Hold on. I think this is the one. Wait, what are you doing? No, this is the new shit. So, yeah, it's this one here, right? So it's about $1,148, right? They've got a new model come out now. So the Moving or something like that. So with that, yeah, this is my one. So with that, you can, it's like a mobile one. So you can go out, don't need wires. It's got a battery pack and all that. So with this, I paid $105 New Zealand. So just think of that. I saved $699. It cost me a bit to, I think it was like about $25 postage because, it's quite heavy. And quite large as well, right? So, and my one did come with this because I think the guy who was upgrading, so I got this. And anyway, normally it's like over $1,000, right? New Zealand. So this is probably the price you get if you're in the US, maybe around $599. This is 16-inch, right? Yeah, it is. So you can see that. And then you get the refurbished. I didn't even realize they do refurbished, right? So, and the reason I got this real cheap was because at the top here, there's a power button. And what had happened was like the cover of the power button had broken, because you're continuously like pressing on this little, and I think that's got to be like a suckful thing that they hopefully fix in the later things, because that's just, if you're using it all the time, turning on and off, and it breaks, that's your main power thing. So because of that, I was able to pick it up for about $50 US, right? And this is a 16-inch, so it's quite large, right? The ones that I previously had before that was like only about that small or something. And plus it's color. And it's touch, so I don't use it for touch because I've always used to like just a tablet, so not used to using my right hand to move it around, which you can, by the way. You can draw over here with the pen, and then over here you can touch the screen and move it around, right? But yeah, so just think about that. So I've had to invest in myself, and that's the other thing. So all these costs go into making a comic book, and a lot of people don't understand. Oh, it's just $4, mate. It's just no, it's like all the time and effort you go into putting in. And the reason I bought that was that I could actually, go in here, like really draw on the screen in front of me when I'm looking at it, right? Not looking at the TV monitor, and I'm looking at the Wacom on my lap, whatever, or on my desktop. On the desk. So it makes it, and that also it makes it easier and faster to color stuff. So there are all these costs, and not only that, then you got to pay for this. You got to pay for the software every month, because I like to have the latest upgrade, making sure that everything works nice. I don't really need many things to it, but I do like my Clip Studio Paint because I've been using this software for about 20 odd years now, right? Way back when it was just called Manga Studio X and Manga Studio Paint, right? Of course, now it's called Clip Studio, and I recommend it. It's one of the best. A lot of us comic people use it, right? It also has animation, right? You can see here, 2D animation slots and everything you can set up, right? I think you could do 3D as well, but you got to be smart, and I'm not that smart with that. I wish I'd learned it, All these years I wasted not learning certain things. I wish I had, I wish I didn't have lost the use of my right hand, because I could really draw really well, illustrate really well, right? About 30 years ago. It's about 20, I think it's about 32 years now since I've lost the use of my right hand to be able to, draw properly. So yeah, so as I was saying, this is the flats, right? So so you can see here, right? Originally I had gone with with white. I was going to make a pale European skin tone. And then when I went to do the, look over the entire thing, I thought, well, you know what? Let's give it some texture, right? Some bit more color. Cosmopolitan, as they say, whatever. And so there's a bit more diverse characters, right? And this is an afterthought. And this is what when I was, the other day I talked about how you know, you got black American readers complaining about not enough black, you know, comic book characters or titles. That's because nobody buys them. They themselves don't buy them. And if they do buy them, then there's a very small amount of them. Like there's only like 300, you know. Let me just ask Grok, how many black Americans are there in the world, right? Because they're the only ones who complain about not seeing enough black characters in comic books, right? Where is it? Bring this up. Because, you know, the thing about, like, you know, since I'm talking numbers, right, this morning in cost of making a comic book and stuff, the thing is that a lot of people don't do the numbers. They don't think about numbers. You know, I had somebody say, oh, it's only cost me $4 to make a comic book. And that's that. It's like, yeah, but really doesn't, bro. If you took the time, if you calculated the time you spend on, you know, paying somebody to do it if you don't do it yourself. And this is why I do a lot of my work myself, right? I do my coloring myself. I do the book arranging myself, as you can see on the side, on the left-hand side there. I do all the design work. I do the mock-ups of the characters. I actually research this, you know, because I'm writing the story. It's my story, right? My characters. I spend the time, like hours and hours of research, of downloading reference images, photos, designs, icons, logos that I'm making up, and I'm spending a lot of time on my logos. And I've said before, right, that I like usually takes me about 20 to 30 different trials before I'm actually happy with the design that I like, that I choose in the end. And that's like on the far end, right? Because I say 30 because that's how long it took me to design the Incredigirl logo, right? But the others sometimes only takes about 5 or 6 or maybe even 20, 10, 15, right? Depends how far and how precise I want to be with the design and what's got to mean. Okay, so how many black American males between age 5 years, because let's say they're 5 years readers, right? To say 70, right? To 70, maybe the 65-year-olds in the US. And this is about the whole, you know, carry on from the last monkey show, right? This is not the monkey art show, this is the monkey show, you know, where I'm just me and we talk about topics that's got, you know, topic of the day kind of thing, rather than what we've been, you know. Okay, so there is about 19.5 million total age of 5 to 65 black Americans in America. Now, how many of them read or buy comic books? Because this is the numbers, right? Because at the end of the day, when people say, oh, you should make this for this group, you got to think, well, isn't it better if I make this for everybody? Right? Because that way you'll get more fish, right? Like you say, like net, right? Because when I was a kid, and you know, and I've gone fishing myself, you know, up into my adulthood. So here's your numbers for how many black Americans, right, read comic books. According to Grok, there's 16.1 million age 5 to 65, right? This is like, you know, because you're about 65, above 70, you're kind of like thinking, oh man, yeah, grandpa's not going to be able to read that well, right? And he's not really going to be bothered reading a comic book, all right? It's his retirement age. He's going to just chill. Maybe he does read it, Who knows? I hope I'm reading at 65 plus, right? My eyes are okay now, right? I did have to get new glasses, right? Because I started getting like contact infection from the frames after 8 years of wearing them, because I didn't realize, I am of not the knowledge that you should change your glasses every 2 years. And by the way, guys, FYI, if you wear glasses, go get them checked every 2 years. Don't end up like me and have your eyes, start watering, start itching, start blowing up like you've been punched in the head, right? And been stung by a bee and infections are happening. And then you realize, why is my face burning up and my eyes burning up, all of a sudden for the past 6 months? Anyway, do get your eyes checked and because look, your hands and your eyes, I have to say, it's got to be the most important things if you're a writer or artist. And having lost the use of my right hand to illustrate when I was, 32 years ago, from being a very, and I don't say this lightly, a very good illustrator, not a comic book artist, but an illustrator, one-off artworks, right? Detailed, very good at it, and painter, 32 years ago. And so having lost that and the feeling and being able to control the pen the way I want, yeah, that's one part of my talent I lost. So the eyes, I'm kind of like very protective of my eyes now. So regular comic book readers are one, and amongst the black people, right? These are the ones who are crying about, 1,200 days without a black comic book title, lead black character, right? So now regular comic book readers, and these are the numbers that have been done, because the mainstream's the industry's going to do the numbers here. So they realize it's only 8 to 12% of all American comic book readers are black. 8 to 12%. That's 1.3 to 1.9 million. Occasional readers of manga and graphic novels, etc., is nearly twice that amount. So if you start boycotting your mainstream comics, well, the people are going to go here. They're not just going to go buy some other comic books, because to be honest, when people get turned off, not all of them just suddenly go look elsewhere, which is kind of sad, because it's really sad if you're an independent comic creator, right? Because we need the mainstream. And that's why I don't go out there going, the mainstream sucks, the mainstream sucks, right? I just say, well, there's the books they're writing, sometimes they suck. They don't all suck, but some of them suck. But I don't have time to read them because I'm actually creating my own stuff, and I don't have time to be working, reading comic books. And if it's, what I mean is, like, I don't have time to get frustrated over what I'm reading, right? I don't want to have to go pick and choose and find out, oh, this is a good book, or that one sucked and I've just read a dumb book. I'd rather find something that's good and just read that, rather than wasting my time searching out stuff, right? Right now, I've been watching Rick and Morty, season 1, season 2, season 3. I'm up to season 3. I think or am I up to season 4? Let me just check. I'm up to season 4, episode 6. All right. I've seen season 9, episode 1. And the reason that is that I know I enjoyed it, and I'd rather rewatch that in case I missed something than to go and watch something new. Right? And this is what's happened to the comic book industry as well. That people have just said, well, rather than reading something new, I'm going to pick up a graphic novel or go read the old stuff. That I know was good. Right? And so then you've got, like, occasional readers, and this is black Americans, 15 to 20% read manga and graphic novels, right? So you go, key insights. Black African American readers make up roughly 10 to 15% of the overall US comic book audience, slightly higher than their share of the general population. Black males tend to be overrepresented among comic readers compared to black females in the direct market, comic shops, especially for superhero comics, right? So it means that black American males read more superhero comics than females, because females are reading this manga. Okay. Oh, of course, here we go. So interest in manga, graphic novels, and independent black creators, Milestone, Image, or self-published, is quite high among black males, but not high enough to actually for them to make a dent, right? As a customer base, because as soon as you don't give them what they want, they'll just go, yeah, no, I'm away. Oh, you don't give me a black hero, yeah, I'm away. See, that kind of thing is stupid, because you're getting pigeonholed into a particular race of characters, which then you're stuck, right? So say you want to make that black hero into a lawyer, and you want to put him in a modern city, plush, what you call it, like a regular white collar, whatever, blue collar worker, right? And then they go, well, he doesn't represent me. Well, who do you want him to? Oh, you want to represent the black ghetto kids, right? Kids who are struggling. I want him to fight the gang, drug dealers or gang lords and all that. But bro, then he will be like a wannabe, because he's looking from the outside in, right? He doesn't represent the black people that are there. And what if the guy who wrote the book, and this is how it all gets into this whole thing, right? Where it just blows up in their faces. Like, but the dude, he went to Harvard, right? The writer of the comic book, or the artist, let's say the writer, right? The creator of the comic book. Oh, he went to Harvard, bro. He never grew up in the ghetto, because as soon as his parents were able to get some money, they got him the hell out of there, because they wanted to keep their kids safe, away from the lifestyle that they were living amongst. The whole thing about the house nigger thing, right? Then they go, oh yeah, but now he's the house nigger, bro. You go, what? Yeah, well, he's not the one that worked hard in the field, so he's not from the streets. And it's like, bro, do you guys actually hear yourselves when you talk like that? Right? When you like go, well, it's us. Well, so there is no collective us, is there then? There's no black people, right? Because there's the black people who actually did well and got the hell out, and there's black people who didn't do well and don't want to do well, don't want to work, and still stay there, right? And they just play the victim card and stuff. And here's the word, right? You guys probably get offended from me just saying nigger, right? But in New Zealand, that word is used among the Maori people often. In Fiji, it's used amongst the Indian people and indigenous Fijians. And you know why it become used? Because in the Pacific Islands, in those communities, rap music, right? The reason why I had to hear tell my nephew, my cousin off, my younger cousin off, for saying nigger, is because rap music is popular everywhere, right? But back in the 80s, they weren't using that word. But suddenly gangster rap came in, and there was that. So when you go look at these, 1.6 million, realistic number of black readers, right? So, and then you go, how many non-black American readers are there? American readers, comic book readers are there in America. And this is why you don't have mainstream comics creating books, right, with black title lead characters, right? Yeah, they'll have like Justice League. You have Cyclops, right? And you have one of my favorite Green Lanterns, right? Well, I wouldn't say my favorite. One of the Green Lanterns, right? The black dude, John Stewart. So you get that? There are roughly 39 million non-black Americans who read comic books. Compared to what? One million compared to 45 million. Oh, sorry, where was it? The other one. Yeah, about 45 million. This is why, right? I'm gonna have to apologize, Shifter. I didn't watch it. Even when it came out, I was like, I ain't watching this shit. When the first episode came out, I saw it. Oh, that's cool. Talked about it. No, I ain't watching it. The reason being is because The Boys is one of my favorite comic books, and I didn't want to see it as a live action because there was things in the story in that book that you don't want to actually see it as a live action, right? Because some of it's quite sensitive and quite dark, and if you're just going to make a joke out of it, it's just, I mean, like, humorize it. It's not going to work. You know, it just doesn't have the same thing. So that's usually why comics work so well. Is that you are putting in you yourself as a reader understand what it is, but you also are infusing your own ideas into it, right? And your thoughts. And that's how we kind of like, you know, slightly, and I won't say 100%, we slightly take ownership of the characters and make it our heroes, right? And that's important. But the problem with like race making comic books about race, okay, I'm going to have a black character and it's going to do this, but what if that black character doesn't fit your narrative as a black reader? Then you'll hate it. That's why if the best way to read a comic book is to go, okay, what's the characteristics, what's the morals, what does that character represent to me? Not the color of the skin, but the character itself, right? And oh, I missed one. Shifter says, I know it is a pain in the ass with someone who has read the book. For someone who has read the book first, it's hard. Yeah, I mean, I was introduced to The Boys in 2007. That's almost like 19 years ago. And it was actually a long-time comic book friend of mine, right? He owned a store. He was a manager of a store. Now he owns his own store called Jeremy Bishop. Well known, right? In New Zealand, well known. Like, he's the guy that used to like his store would help bring you know, international comic artists and writers to New Zealand, and you know, figure out who's the, you know, who should bring and arrange it all, and then who is it? Excuse me. Let me just change this for my avatar, and I'll show you. You know, and they were put on like events. Sorry, it was part of Armageddon Expo. This is where I met this lady from, I always forget her name. It's like annoying. It's like really, I really always forget her name. And she's really tall. She actually had to bend down a bit so we would be at the same height. Sanctuary. Amanda Tapping, right? Do check out Sanctuary. It is a good show from 20 years ago. 59 episodes. I gave it a 9 out of here it is here. I gave it a 9 out of 10. That's how much I loved it. And she's the only one that I actually paid to get a photo with. And the year this was taken, I think it might have been like 2011 or something, that I actually went and I think I was actually at that point I had invested in an online store, right? And so I had money or something. I don't know what it was, what year it was, but I actually saw that she was coming, and I made sure that I would get there and pay my $40 to get my photo taken. It was like about 15 years ago or something, right? And she's also been on Atlantis, SV. What is it? What's the name of that? The one where they go into space and all that. Stargate, right? You can see here she was in Stargate Atlantis, and so on. So yeah, do check out Sanctuary, man. It's really, really cool. All right, 2008. It's such a good show, and it's about monsters, you know, and stuff, and it's really cool. Really, really worthwhile. Like I said, I gave it a 9 out of 10. And this is like maybe a decade ago when I watched it last. Binged it, 29 episodes. And she's a great actress. She does directing now as well. So Amanda Tapping's awesome. I was like starstruck. I was like smiling, like they say, ear to ear. And the weird thing was that, she had to tell me to look at her and say, and shake her hand, because I was so nervous. And so she said, "Hey, hi, my name's Amanda." And I go, and she goes, "What's your name?" I go, "Oh, my name's Aru. How you going?" And I'm like, just shocked, right? It's like one of those, I don't have that often. I don't get nervous about, meeting people, because, but this one, I was really nervous with Amanda. And so she had to go, "Yo, look at me, dude. I'm just normal, right? I'm just normal. I'm glad for you to be here, and everything." And so it was really cool having the photo. I actually have the, I have it actually framed and stuff somewhere on the wall. I think it's there. Yeah, it's up there. It's just on the side of because I don't have much room to put stuff, because every part of my wall has posters on it or framed artwork on it. So yeah, she's amazing person. She just made me feel at ease, and it was like, I was nervous as hell, and I wasn't, there's only like, I was in my 40s, right? So it wasn't like I was some young kid, or teenager, but like, yeah, she was just so tall. Actually, yeah, I think she was like a foot taller than me or something. Oh no, wait, no, she must have been wearing heels, because I had to look up at her. So yeah, she's about almost like 6 foot tall, and I'm probably around about 1'6" or something like that. I mean, not 1'6", 5'6". But yeah, so she's been lots of stuff. Stargate Universe, Atlantis, the big ones, right? SG-1 and also Sanctuary. Oh, and she was in Continuum as well, and Dark Matter. Both these shows I watch, because, like, I love my sci-fi TV shows. Once I start liking something, I'll just like binge the hell out of it. Which is why I'm back at watching, Rick and Morty, with season 9 just started. Oh yeah, so back to our topic, right? I didn't even have a topic. I was just going to do some work, but since we're on this, is it? Wait, hold on. I think I have to have the screen up, the right screen up for you guys. Yep, there you go. So it just switches on the window for StreamYard. So yeah, so when almost 49 million people who are non-white, non-American, non-black, read comics, yet 1.6%, 6 million are only black readers. Do you think the mainstream's going to care about those black readers? And most of the time, those black readers aren't actually very vocal because they don't really think about race when they, when they're looking at what character to buy, because everybody knows that the top characters, right? Let me just do this. What are the top selling American comic titles and character based titles, right? Because a lot of times people, I only read black characters. It's like, no, you don't, because you'd be bored out of your mind. So here's a rundown, right? This is the world's, actually, let me zoom out of that a bit. Yeah, I'm at 1.133%. So this is your top selling comic book characters from, last year. I mean, top selling titles, right? But here's your top selling character based titles: Batman, Spider-Man, Deadpool, Wonder Woman, Superman, X-Men, Wolverine. Anybody anywhere in the world know these characters by heart, right? So it makes sense to just put those damn books out as a industry. It makes sense to put out these movies with these characters in the lead. It also makes sense to actually add a white character as a side character, right? Because that actually then goes, okay, well, the world isn't all white, so let's put a Asian character in there, let's put a black character in there as a side character, right? That's why when they did Spider-Man, they changed it quite a lot. Not saying that it's it's good that they do that. It makes sense to do that because they want the most money. And right now, these characters mean nothing but money, right? They don't mean anything as a character themselves. When they look at this, they say, well, it's money. If we put a Batman movie out, it's going to sell. But it has to be a good story. That's it. And the more money they make out of it, the better. I mean, look at Deadpool. The first 5-minute thing that came out was like about 2015, right? When Ryan Reynolds, when he put it out, it was just like the bridge thing. It blew up. It only cost them like about, what was it, like 50 million, something like that. Let me just check because Ryan just did it because he wanted to do the character right. Because the first time he did it, he was in it. It didn't work, and he's been trying to, apologize for it ever since. So it's about a decade ago, right? In that time, we've had about what four Deadpool movies because it sold. It did really well. That's what they care about, right? Hollywood and Marvel and DC, all they care about is how many tickets can they sell, and then from that, how many merchandise they can sell, right? So, yeah, it switched pages with me. So you can see here, right? It only cost $58 million, yet it made almost $800 million. But not only that, you got to think about the revenue. So usually when you make a movie, it's twice what the budget is because you got the advertising, right? So it's twice that. So 100 million. So it made about 600 million, $700 million profit. That's a lot. And so they were like, okay, next movie. Everybody loves Ryan. Let's do it. Everybody knows this, right? I don't have to repeat this. This is history, right? Anybody who's a fan of Skull Poo. What language is that? Skull Poo for Deadpool. Where are you? Where is it? There. Wait, what? Promotional. United States had a promotional title as like Skull Poo. What? That's weird. But yeah, back to, so this was, I mean, like, this is why, these so-called like black influencers who think 1200 days boycott DC, they don't really matter because they're just like the vocal few or the loud few. And to Marvel and DC Comics, they're just there to prop up the movies and the merchandise. They're not anything else but just to prop them up. See, if Marvel didn't make comics, it wouldn't matter because the studio makes enough in a year, right, to overrun the comic industry alone, right? So, and I really didn't want to go on this topic because I want to get some work done, but here we are. So what percentage, right? What percentage of comics made by DC Comics what's it? Profit margin. I think this is what you write it right. Profit margin compared to the same movies based on those comics characters. Maybe I'm probably doing it wrong. It's probably going to be maybe AI doesn't understand what I'm writing because I don't understand how I wrote it. I mean, I know what I mean, but yeah, maybe. See that? 25 to 45% more profitable than the comics. 30 to 40% more profitable from successful titles. Best choice, reprints 30%, 50% more profitable. Revenue scale, modest hundreds of millions a year. Movies, billions. Only reason Marvel and DC, like, look, dude, billions per movie. Hundreds of millions for the entire industry, Marvel and DC. Billions per movie. So one movie alone dwarfs the entire year's production of comic books. And you can see why. And here's the reason why they still make the comic books is to keep it in people's minds. Is to keep people thinking and talking about those characters. Influencers, YouTubers, right? Magazines. It's just to keep people talking about those characters. That's all. Comic books to Marvel and DC are just advertising right now. That's it. It's all it is. And people don't seem to understand that, right? Oh, we're going to like 1200 boycott, whatever, hashtag 1200 days boycott DC, whatever the freaking hashtag was or is. Dude, they don't care about the comic books. They stopped caring about a decade to 20 years ago. It's just advertising material. To people like us, it's a passion, right? As writers, except for, and by us, I mean indie creators. And I don't include those those people who steal from backers, on crowdfunding, people who promise large and never deliver, or people who, uh, start a campaign up and get the money and run away with it. Then they start up another one and then another one. And we showed this in previous, previous streams where we said, like, this one dude from, I think it was like New York or somebody, used Stan Lee in his wheelchair to promote his comic book, got 19K US. And he was going to give like the profits, whatever, to the victims of Fukushima, right, in Japan. And then he, again, 3 years later, started up another one. I think he got another 15 grand without even delivering the first one. He was able to go out and start another one up. Yet when I say, right, hey man, I've got a completed book, I get people brigading against me, and I'm like, wait, I got a completed book, but you guys like don't want to support a completed book. You don't even want to pay $4 for a digital, right? I mean, come on, right? You kind of like go, oh, okay. So you would rather go and support people who will never give you anything, or will probably run away with it because they haven't even started the book yet. Oh, here's a cover, man. Here's a couple pages that I got the guy to like do the initial, paid somebody $100 or $50, whatever, to do up a mock page so I can actually promote my Kickstarter or my IGG or fund my comic, right? Any one of those, crowdfunding platforms. But they don't even have a finished product, but you're okay. People are okay with like supporting that because it's part of a group, right? It's part of a community. But when you say you got a completed project and they go, oh yeah, we're going to like brigade against you, make sure that we come on, post, oh yeah, go in, purchase a tier and then 24 hours later cancel it, so that people look at it and go, oh man, there's something suspicious about this, so I'm not going to back it, right? So there's already like 100% negativity on that campaign, despite the fact it's already finished, right? Despite the book is, ready to go to the printer as soon as the, funds are collected, and, and then by Kickstarter, and then released after they take their 30% or whatever the cut they take. But yeah, I know. I think people like are so burnt out. I can understand that part, but I hate the views of crowdfunding, where the way we're being treated, right? Because, I had people, somebody came into our chat while Tim and I were talking, and they said, oh, it's because everybody else is, oh, we don't support you. It's like, but we're not everybody else. We have a completed project. We've been showing it for the last 2 years that we've been working on it every day, right? And we have our guys come on, colorist artists come on and talk about it, cover artists talk about it, how they put it together, what was the idea behind it. But you would rather go and throw money at AI comics, or someone who starts off some shit with like a 1 or 2 pages. Oh, this is such and such. And I watched that, right? I watched this dude like put a cover up and a single page and get funded. And I'm like, how do you know and can you trust that person to deliver something? And then when you get burnt out, you're going to be like, and I mean, when you get burned, right? because it never gets delivered, then you're gonna get all angry, and you'll never support anybody else. But like, why would you support someone who's only showing your page, right? Who's like not even thinking about, like, not even showing you how much work it's involved, who's working on it, and is very cagey about it. But like, oh yeah, it's just a page, you know, look at my cool cover. Here's my 10 different covers for this, but no interior artwork. So I was like, I was watching Raptors stream last night. I was sleeping most of the day. That's why I'm up now, right? Like, I've been up since for the last, I don't know, 8-9 hours. So on there, you know, a former mainstream, now taking over a movement, right? Dude was like talking about how he's got all the artwork done, but he hasn't even written a dialogue in his comic book yet. I'm like, you haven't even written a script? That's the first thing you're supposed to do, is write a script, so you can work out who the characters are, what the stage is, and then also, you know, figure out how it's going to look on the page, how you're going to panel, you know, how you're going to set up your panel. You know, you're going to are you going to have a medium wide shot, and you're going to say from head to knees, right? Showing such and such, bloody hands, knife in the hand, right? Blood all over the place because of previous page, you know, and then you're going to have like a girl, you know, medium close up of her face, like a, you know, close up, and you're going to have that shot, and she's going to be crying, tears coming out of her eyes. She's got a gag on, like, you know, cloth wrapped around her mouth. It's got a gag, you know, and her hairstyle is going to be such and such, and she's wearing like a top that's all falling down because the person who put her in, you know, wrapped her up, wasn't being, you know, cautious with her. She was being really rough. Okay. And then in the next one, you're going to have go wide a bit. I want to show some of her knees. I'm going to show some background. This is what you do with the script. But the guy's like, oh no, I've just drawn it. And then, like, when you just draw the work before you have a script, what happens is you've wasted a whole bunch of time. And those pages, you're going to find that some panels you can't use, some pages you can't even use, right? That you spent like 10 hours drawing. Now you can't use that. And especially if you've, like, even worse is if you already sent it across to get colored. And then you realize when you're writing the script after the fact, the story after the fact, you realize, I'm not going to need those pages. Oh, this doesn't work now. That's all done pre-production, right? Writing the script and research, characteristics, origin story, that's all pre-production. Freaking drawing, right, is production. Right? Coloring is production. And then lettering, book design is post-production, just like in a movie. Problem is, some of these people are professional, have learned a certain way to do things, and so when they bring that into the, you know, and they try to like bring that into, you know, crowdfunding, what happens to them is that they don't actually plan it out. So, oh yeah, we'll have our book ready, and, you know, we should have the book ready in 6 months, but here, buy my book now. All right, put your money down now. And I was like, bro, you're expecting me to pay for a book that you haven't even created yet? And so when I go to a shop, I don't order you know, it's not a restaurant that I go to. You know, when I go to a shop, when I want a product to take home, it's not a restaurant, right? Because they got to cook it and stuff. Takeaway, it's already usually it's already there, right? Unless I want specific things. Hey, I want it with like anchovies, or I want it with, like, you know, extra whatchamacallit, mozzarella, or extra peppers and all that, or salami, bacon. Give me some extra meat on there, right? And also, yeah, I'll have the ham, but no pineapples, right? Or actually put some pineapples on there. But yeah, but like people are treating, uh, and this it's been for like about 15 years, right? Since and because everybody saw crowdfunding as a way to get money without doing the work, and that's what like GoFundMe's for, right? Just get money for nothing. Just have a big sob story and just go, yeah. And it's like a lot of times I'm thinking like, you could just if you're able-bodied, go get a job, work part-time, do extra jobs. Before I had my car accident, I was like, I remember like when I was at film school, right? I was doing 40 hours at film school and weekends. And then I was doing 2 part-time jobs. I was painting flats, putting up wallpaper, right? Selling tiles. Actually, it's 3 jobs because it was all like whenever I was on call, I could go and do that job. And also cooking fish and chips, right? Sandwiches, making sandwiches, toasted sandwiches, and meals in a sports bar at night. Weekends, it was like Saturday, I'd go and sell, run the warehouse at a tile center, right? And then on Sunday, give or take, if I was on call, I'd go back to the bar, right, the sports bar, and cook some food, and then do the lunch shift and then go home. And so it really messed up with what I could do with my time, but it meant that I had money to do what I wanted to do, right? So if I needed to go, go overseas for 2 weeks for a holiday, I could do that during my school break. Otherwise, I'd be just like a bum student. Now let's get some work done. And that's why, like, I feel really bummed out, like that people who are like who could be doing other jobs to support themselves don't do it because crowdfunding makes them lazy. All right. Oh my God, everybody that I work with actually have jobs, like actual paying jobs or side gigs, right? That's why we take about a couple of years to do our work, right? To book books out. We're actually, this issue, right? This one here, this is the first issue. But we're already working on issue 3. Yesterday, page 5 came in. Let me just check. Let me show you guys that page. James, I sent him, when did I send him? I sent him the first 8 pages on April 8th, right? And then I sent him the entire script, 28 pages script, on the 12th of May, 2 weeks ago. So he has brought in 5 complete. Yeah, I was looking at this, like, there's six pages here, but like 2 of them are promos. So here you go. So this is the latest that he just sent in yesterday from issue 6, issue 3, because there's a 6-issue set, right? So this is from issue 3. You can see it here, right? James, right? Templeton Rise and Fall, issue 3, page 5. But like I said, we're coloring issue 1 now, and we don't need to go there anymore. Oh, this is what I was trying to say before, right? Before I close this button, like I decided to change the skin color of the girls here because I just felt like when I was coloring, it's like maybe it'll be cool to have a different skin tone on them, making a different ethnicity. Right? Okay, so I can close this now. There we go. Now, I finished this, and then, so that's done. I might as well save that, because I know I had to stop at the next page, which is page 16. Was it? Yeah, 16. So this one here is where I got stuck, because I was like, oh crap. And I stuffed it myself up, because I remember like unclipping. I actually got to open up the script for this page now, because I realized I was like doing something and then I closed it down, and then of course I forgot the rest of the, because I was going to make another bubble, a separate bubble, because it was two sentences in one bubble, and I don't like that, because I don't like having like big chunks of text in one whole shot, like in one whole bubble. So let me see if I've got the right one. Which one is this? Am I in the right? Oh no, this is the wrong file. This is for the graphic novel. You might as well change the song. I'm on the same song for the last, hour or something? Let's try that. Actually, let's try something a bit more upbeat. Okay, Templeton Rise and Fall, Templeton Rise and Fall. There we go, rewrite final 2025. So that's updated. Just waiting for the script to come up. Okay, so issue 1. What page was that? I think it was 16. So that's 13. That's right. Placenta says what? That's right. So he goes, you haven't been with us long, Templeton. And the part I took out and I forgot to put in because I had to close it down because I needed the font that was missing. Angry, I think it's Angry Hog. Let me see if I can find the font. Okay. Hopefully it's friggin' set. Yes, there it is. Yeah. So now I can go back to having the font I use for this entire friggin' thing. So it doesn't red out on me like that. Well, stop that. There we go. Select. There we go. So for the demons, I had a different font style, and for the humans, I had a different font style, and also for Templeton, who's a soul collector, which is why this book's called Templeton, right? I have him as a different font as well, just to differentiate, because there's a narration that he is doing, as well as what's narration of what's happening on the page, plus the different characters, right? And so I want to make sure that there wasn't too much confusion into who's talking, what is what narration, what is a diary that he's writing in, stuff like that. Because with this one, because we have this whole religious theme to it, with a non-Christian thing, right? It's just the religion I made up. And so with that, where is it? Actually, all right, let's just double that up. We can fix it later. That way I don't have to like work out like, oh, this is how wide this is how wide that is. There we go. Easy. So with the religion with this, like when I was doing this, when I first wrote this, right, it was like about 16 years ago, about 2010, 2011. And this is actually I think this might be the second. I think this is the second arc that I wrote, 6-issue arc that I wrote. The first one's called Black Waters, and that became the first one I wrote, right? And that became the second arc, has become the second arc. And then I wrote a short 2-issue comic book, right? Whatever, miniseries, right? Which later on I was like, oh, I'll just turn into one, 145 page graphic novel. And then I think I wrote this one before the 2-issue one. And so now, now we've got like something like about 200, 300 pages of story. And the first story I wrote, right, is in the human world. It has the same kind of elements and everything, but Black Waters is sort of like more set up in our world. Even though this book, the story is set up in our world, it's more like, hey, Templeton is in our world now, kind of thing. Whereas so it just basically closes the whole his story arc, right? You got Fire and Rise and Fall is a first story arc, and then actually, let me do this. I actually say that in the start of this book. When I was setting these pages up, I was like, oh yeah, this makes sense. So on the first page, I said, I put a little editor's note in here. It says, the story takes place months before Templeton Torn, and the Behemoth story, which is like a 11-page black and white story, this one here, the original comic book that was written. I gotta fix some of that. But yeah, this 11 pages, right? It's just like a backup free story, whatever. And that's just black and white. And so, yeah, so it goes, and the Behemoth story, right? That's what that one is. The 11 pages of black and white takes place a long time before both of these stories. However, since the time in Hell is, actually should be Hellscape now, because we're just calling that place Hellscape rather than Hell. Hellscape is non-linear, which means there's no sort of like 1, 2, 3. It's just like all over the place with the times. So, all years and stuff like that. Just kind of, so the stories kind of trying to give, what is that called? A reference point where this fits in, so that people aren't confused when they read, the other book stories. It's clear from the start, how it all fits in the timeline, chronology, what have you. And this was going to be black and white originally, but then I was like, let's do color, man. Colors color would be cool. Lock that in. Save that. Close that. Yeah. This is a cool page. I remember just the other day before he was doing this, James goes, man, can you get me some more? Yeah, because he's an American and I'm, Kiwi. And he goes, can you give me some more references, exactly what you want for the cops to look like? And, what are those, what are they supposed to look like? So this is actually from this is from 1970 here, right? Early, late 70s. And so how the cops, around now, similar, but the dress is different. Like here, they have light blue with navy blue pants. So I spent about an hour to 2 hours looking and researching friggin', and there aren't that many friggin' photos from that era because everybody's aren't putting cop photos out online because it's all, it could be dangerous to the cops, right? Privacy and all that. So it's hard to find certain ones. And so it took me ages to find something that I could give in reference to what, what was necessary. But yeah, we, 5 pages into issue 3, issue 1 isn't even out. Now, I can go away from that one. Yep, and back to this one. And I know just then that I have another one I got to put in here. Because, wait. Yeah, it moved on me. There we go. There's the last bit of text for the speech bubble. This is why I like Clip Studio X, Paint, whatever you want to call it. I get to choose whatever fonts I want, ready to go. Depending on my taste, for the character they want to include it in. And plus I get to color flat my own, color in my own comic book. Got these anchor points, whatever you call them, whatever the technical names they are for them. Move them around the way I want. Actually, might do a shave before I carry working. I have it auto-save for about every 30 minutes. I had it for 15 minutes before, but I found it was annoying me because it was stopping every 15 minutes, right? And if I was in the middle of the work zone or the creative zone, I hated the fact that I had to stop every 15 minutes. Okay, so I know that comes here. This goes here. And this goes here to continue that dialogue stream. Yeah, zoomed out way too fast. Okay, so this. I was reading a manga because I saw a trailer called Nico-chan. No, wait, Nico-kani. Which I can bring it up. It's the weirdest little freaking trailer. It's going to show it on our art stream, the Monkey Art Show stream. But let me see if I can find it. Actually, no, it should be just on the IMDb, right? So I went and looked at the online manga for it, and I really didn't find it that interesting. And I'm going to give it another go, right? Is it Nikokani, or is it something else? I thought it was Nikokani. Huh. Hold on. It says that's not the name of it. So let me see if I can find it via the manga. Nikoyani. Yeah, that's why, because I kept saying K instead of Ya. Chainsmoker Cat. That's the name of it, right? Of this manga anime that's coming out. And I think is it coming out next year or something? But let me see if we can bring up this trailer. Yeah, it's not really in English because there isn't much of it. It's mature, right? It's for mature, and this is the mature show, of course. Anyway, all our streams are mature, so that's why you won't see us like, you know, on for kids sort of area, because I'd like to make sure that from the start that our content is reaching the a mature audience rather than like the young people, right? Or kids can accidentally come across it, and here I am swearing and stuff, or showing some nudity in the art, or nude art, I don't know. So, Chainsmoker Cat, the anime looks fun, but the manga is kind of like, I don't know, it's like I read about maybe the first chapter. Maybe it builds up more, and I'll have to go back and read it more, but like, check this out.
Yosh! 最近やけに吸い殻が多いから毎日こうやって綺麗になんだおいヤギ猫てめえイカれてんの長
いしけもく発見にゃ実はにゃーって綺麗好きかもにゃくっさみんなが消えたこのクソ獣人が3秒ルールにゃなんもねなんもねなんもねタバコを吸ってるときは悩みから解放されるまだ電話にゃを見放していなかったにゃこれ予防薬ですよゆるふわ天使ハメコよろしくねどないしたらこんな状況なんねん僕も包まれようかな幸せの帳に先輩働かないんすかまだその時じゃないんや。
Yeah. so that was Chainsmoker Cat. It's already got like about 11 volumes out. So I guess, it's popular enough to be a manga. I mean, anime adaptation, right? And it's like an unemployed cat girl, adult cat girl who is wait. Did it just autoplay to the next video? And I'm going, who's this person talking in my ear? It's a wrestling show, a wrestling commentary or news site. Okay. Back with the music, carry on some work. Right. So yeah, so I thought, okay, well, let's go check out the manga it's based on. And first chapter, and I was like, oh man, this is just like weird as. It's like it represents everything I kind of despise in people. Because and thing is, like, and also myself, right? Because I used to be a smoker, and I don't want to watch an anime about smoking because it's if you've been a smoker, right, and been addicted to smoking, like I have been for decades, it's hard to not see a cigarette and not want it. Even recently, like about a couple of weeks ago, I was thinking like I should get back into smoking. I'm like, but if I do that, I'll be out of pocket. I won't have money, and that's was the reason I stopped smoking, was because I wanted to have money to spend on my work, get my pay for work and stuff, and buy things that I wanted instead of just smoking, $70 a week on loose tobacco, because that's what I smoked. I like to roll my own, right? And so now if I see people smoking and stuff, I'm like, I get a tinge of, the addiction comes back, wanting to do it, but I also hate it. I think, because I know how much money I lost by being addicted to it. And by the way, I went cold turkey to get rid of smoking because I just couldn't stop using with the vape pens and all that. Didn't work for me. And I spent a couple hundred on that. It was a waste of money. Actually, more than a couple hundred. A few hundred. And yeah, and then I had to go, well, and it was like a Christmas New Year's resolution. I came home from a Christmas event at dinner at my mom's with my nephew, my sister, and brother-in-law, all three of us, three of their kids, and I was in the back seat, and I was like, that's it, no more smoking. And then I just came home and was like, that's the end of that. This is the last smoke. Finished off what I had, and after this, I'm finished. I'm not smoking again. I think that was like about 3 years ago, maybe, or 4 years ago. And man, I've saved so much money in the sense of like not being smoking and stuff, and just being able to spend it on other stuff, right? And being able to buy stuff that I really wanted and spent money on that, and then putting money aside for investing in my own skills and equipment. Lettering. I enjoy lettering. I think it's pretty I mean, I've already lettered all this according to the previous page, right? Like the setup I had. But by the time I look at this again, and I'm going, well, I kind of like need to redo it so it works the way I want it to work on the page, like breaking up. Especially with this one, I didn't like how big chunk of text was all in one bubble, and I was like, well, that's pretty clogged up. Needed to be a bit more special. I mean, not special, but more loose. turn this music up a bit more. I think me thinking a bit more and working. It's like it's another one of the songs I wrote. Can't remember what the name of this is. What is the name of this? This is I Myself Alone. It was like not playing the victim card. Oh, that's what it was. It was like a song about after living your life, and then you kind of goes along with this, right? Heaven, hell. You end up dying, and then looking back, nobody to blame for your life, your choices you make in life. And then if you find yourself in hell, well, you can't really, it's the end of that. And so you can't blame anybody. That was what I was thinking when I was like writing this song. This is like the speed metal version of it. I think I did a 55 or 80 beats per minute as the prompt. Doesn't seem right. Actually, I know what it is. That having too many wait, where are you? You're there. You're there. Okay, there we go. 1, 2. Perfect. Okay. And this is called Eyes Closed. I read this well, but I can't even remember what it's about. Hey. Stupid What's going on here? When did you suddenly decide to choose both? Oh, right. This is about child abuse, I think. Yeah, it's about family violence. What's going on? Oh. Stop choosing it. What's going on with this? Mode, single mode. There we go. Yeah, it's about two kids in their room at night. Afraid of the parent. Okay, so that's that one. Right, that. Okay. There we go. It's closed. Now, if I put it there, it's like he's talking, and I want him to. I think it's a different version of the song. Usually, I do like about 10 different versions, and I choose the ones I like, and then I'll release them as EP for free. Because I mean, music AI, right? But the lyrics are mine. I do like this guy's voice that they've chosen, and it's all chosen by like the tone that I'm after when I pick the when I do the song. I mean, when I do the prompts for the songs. And this one here is called The Great Divide.
Moving slowly through the great divide. Walls closing in high on both sides. The road rising higher with every step. Gravel below my feet, a constant regret. Holding on to the dream, my dark eyes on the path. Looking back, seeing those who chase.
I forgot to change the font before I arranged it, so now I've got to go back and rearrange it. Holding on. It's weird seeing stuff that you created, you know, you wrote about a decade and a half ago, right? Finally colored, you know, and in a couple of months in print. And your team trusting you that, like, you know, you creating that you know that you're going to stick with it. And that they will stick with it with you. This is the one, I think this is what the song's about that I wrote about. Just sticking to the dream. Come hell or high water. I'm not sure if I put this on the SoundCloud yet. Or have I? Let me just check. I mean, the whole purpose of these songs is just to, like, I mean, make, you know, what I've always wanted to do is, like, create my own songs and stuff. Been writing songs since I was, like, I don't know, maybe my 20s. So the one I don't think I've got the Great Divide up yet. But you can get, if you want to use any of the songs for your background music, intro, whatever, for YouTube or for whatever, you're most welcome to just download it and use it from there. It's all free. I mean, you know. AUR-metal on SoundCloud, and each song has like about 5 to 7 different variances, so you can use a slow, you know, fast. Some of them I actually turn into electronica, so it's a bit more upbeat. And I've already used up 97% of free uploads. So soon I'll have to actually buy more credits on SoundCloud. It says here. So when I do, I'll probably just load up a whole bunch all at once. Okay.
Today comes the ending of Survive.
I think this is one of the ones the first version of the song, because I realize that sometimes when I do it, when I hear it, it doesn't make sense. So I go back and I change the lyrics, replace bits of it. That's why I do like about 10 different versions, because it doesn't always come out the best way right away or the way you want. One thing that's cool is that, like, I've been able to, because of the way I've been able to, doing it and learning it, I've figured out what works best for what I'm after. Because one of the things that I don't do is I don't ask it, prompt it using, hey, do it like Metallica or do it like Soundgarden, because that's just stupid, right? Because I don't want it to sound like anybody else. I want the music to be based on the lyrics itself. And so that's why I get this weird, not weird, but like it doesn't sound like anybody else, is what I'm after. The arrangements, my arrangements, the way, what I want where. I enjoy that. It does take a while, but I think it's about an hour to 2 hours per song. Compared to writing, it's, having a band, and that's very small, minute amount, right? But just realize he needs to break this up. This character is called Pacinta. He's a Duke of Hell. And he is the main character's boss. Boss, overlord, foreman. Excuse me. Hiccups. Next song. This Darkness Amused. Yeah, none of these, like, there's only 3 songs that I put up on SoundCloud. Hey, Tim. You at work today, bud? It's Monday, right? Are you listening in at work? All right. Oh, okay. Are you finished for the day? It's only 8 a.m. here. Wait, what's the time in where is my time zone? Oh, okay. Nice. Do you have a morning shift? Or lunch shift, whatever? Right, let me see. If it is 8. If it is 8 here, a.m., it is... Oh, it's 4 p.m. Really? Huh. Yes, he is. That's Xena. Okay. Early shift. Yeah, it's like 4 p.m. in the US right now. EDT, New York time. Oh, and Jim's case, Idaho. Here it is. Okay, Euro trip. Let me see. Wait, have I seen that? (2004). 22 years old. Okay, so it's 2:15. Okay. Wait, was she like a bit guest appearance type thing in that? Because she's not shown in... Hold on, let me look at the top cast. Oh, there we go, Madam Vandersex. Yeah, I was just looking at the... All right, I think I have seen this. It's like it's been like 2 decades since I saw it, so I didn't remember it. I'll put it on after the song finishes. There we go. No. Right. Okay, let me finish the song. Stop the song. Man, it's like I have written so many songs since I started doing this at the start of the year. I think it was when I started writing, and I'll put this one on next, and we'll get to that. But let's have a watch of this Euro trip trailer.
The crazy European sex odyssey begins.
The producers of Road Trip and Old School are sending 4 guys.
Hello, I'm a girl.
Okay, 3 guys and 1 girl.
That's hot.
On the wildest trip ever.
Want to see my itinerary? Do you want to see my...
On, thunder, sex!
Put your clothes back on, white boy.
Touch me, Scotty.
If you can't take the joke,
The hat is on fire.
We don't need no water. Let them run.
don't take the trip.
I'm in.
Awesome Euro trip.
That is not sexy.
Rated R.
They're not going to make R-rated comedies anymore. It's like this generation's just basically ruined comedy. I used to love watching R-rated, mature comedy movies. It's just like you watch all your action, you watch all your horror, then you put that on. Yeah, you're right. But we need this. It won't be back until this generation's over and they become 40-year-olds, right? That's when that's when it will hit them. Yeah. We were such losers when we were in our 20s. I guess we should mellow out a bit now. But by that time, entertainment is already ruined, sadly. Now, back to the music. Yeah. Sadly, they really ruined shit for everybody. This is... Wait, didn't we listen to this? Let's listen to this. Is Keep the Candle Burning? Is that what this one is? Yeah. I think this was my attempt at writing a love song, you know. Yeah, I might have to see it again. Tim says the robot fight in France was funny too. That's in the Euro trip, right? Right. That's fine there. It's in the right place, so that's, yeah, that doesn't. I was writing all these songs and I thought, man, I gotta write something a bit more romantic. So I thought I'll break up the, you know, all the hardcore, I guess, deep and meaningful songs with something a bit more softer. And this is what I came up with. Well, lyrics, that is, and theme. Like someone who's just, you know, gone out on a night, hungover, and trying to find his way back home to his partner, lover, whatever you, wife. It's like that night you go out drinking and then you're trying to find your, you know, if like you end up like not being around your friends, you just decide to go out on your, you know, I mean, not go out on your own, I mean like, you know, go away on your own afterwards, go hang out, you know, you're just not in the mood, or you switch moods and because you've had drunk too much and then you start walking off on your own. Then you go, oh shit, where am I? And you're like, well, hopefully the missus or girlfriend or whoever, right, partner's got, there's a candle up in the window so I can see my direction home. That is the message of the song. That I wrote. I think I wrote about 2 months ago. This is hell. This is kind of like a softer version of it, of the song. Oh yeah, this is a bit more, yeah, upbeat. I think I did it as like a, because it's quite a dark song lyrically, man, some syllables just don't work right with my tongue. Man, I love for a real band to play this live on stage. That would be the best. That chorus is cool or what? I mean, like the backing vocals on that. The other thing is that I've appreciated more female vocals after doing this, like writing these songs. Like much more than I've liked the, you know, because all my life I've listened to, like, because of metal, I've always listened to male vocals and chosen to listen to more male vocals over female vocals. But doing these songs, man, it's really made me appreciate female vocals quite a lot. Yeah, that's not gonna work there. Let's do the single. Maybe 2 lines. Hey Tim, did you see everybody's EFAPing Liam Gray now from Unintelligent Design? He made a martyr out of that one who writes fan fiction about miners and dogs. And you know, I don't think she wrote them, but I think she enjoys reading them. I think that was what was the outcome of that. But like, Liam basically made her into a martyr by flagging her channel. Sadly, and now everybody's EFAPing Liam. And he's finally got what he has always wanted, which is clout and attention. Not sure if this is the kind of like attention and clout he needs. Sadly. Time will tell, though. Hopefully he doesn't end up doing what he did a few years back. A couple of years back. So that was Hell. This is Dirty Deeds. It's one of my favorite, because one of the early ones I wrote, and the grinding, grungy guitar work with a riff, like crunch, grind, ging, 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 ging. The vocals are perfect. Yeah, that's good. Let's get rid of this. This is the one I set to Constantine, the movie, live action. It's done. There we go. Lock that in. Another page done. I gotta send, once this is all done, I gotta send it through to James to look over. See if he wants to, if he's happy with all the colors and stuff. And then if there's any errors or bits that stand out that needs correction, I'll send that to Louise to, finish off, retouch up. The drums and, man, everything on this is really good. One of my faves. There's another song I'd love to see a live band do it, a real band do it. It would be so cool. That guitar, man, bending that. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's about being in hell. On the torture rack. Once you've done your deeds. Oh, these are soul containers, by the way. So the skin, this is actually the skin, right? These little tendrils here. There's actually skin that kind of lines the outside of it. And this is the bones. They're the frames, the demon bones. There's the frames of it. And then the inside of it, you've got the bone, skin. But also, in there is packed the souls of dead humans, right? Souls of humans. Because once they end up in hell, right? Once the soul collectors take them, the moment the soul collectors touch them, they become solid in the spirit world. But they're not seen by the humans. But the demons can see them, the angels can see them. So, depending on what they've done, they'll end up, wrapped around the wheels, and that's their torture. And the others who have just been newly died, right, and are set for hell, are placed into here. And then, the fallen angels, are whipped to, they wheel them into hell. Excuse me. There's a new one. Why do I have 3 versions of this? This is the latest one I've done, which is the Voice of Free Arcadia. Not sure which version this is. It's a male version. Do watch the movie, man. It's a really, really awesome movie. Let me get the link. Space Captain Harlock. And it's Arcadia of my youth. I think it's 1982. Yeah, this is the IMDb. I think they might actually have it on YouTube. That's what it is. It's like Arcadia of my youth. But Captain Harlock.
If you are tired of being told what to think, what to believe, and how to live, then join us.
It's a really cool movie. It's the story itself is really good. It's about 300 years or something. What is it? Let me bring it up.
We are waiting for you.
Right, so let's go to the original Harlock.
Somewhere in the vastness of space, we are waiting for you. Come and find us. Come and join your fellow rebels.
1978. So this is the synopsis. We are the free man. Yeah, so this is a more of a hard rock version of the song, but that the riff is really cool, right? Dun, 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 dun. I don't think it's. I would class it more as like a heavy metal, not hard rock. If I rethink, if I think about it again, because it's like more of a heavy sound to it, metal sound to it than rock. duplicate. That little bit at the end, reminded me of Terminator, like the theme of Terminator, like the first one, where just at the end there, it's like, oh, I'll bring it up in a minute. Man, I love that movie. I remember watching it with my dad on VHS. And then I remember watching it again for myself when I hired it out 2 years later or something, because I had my own money. Man, I was watching like R18 movies at about 14, 15 years old. So my what you got, taste in music and that's why I'm a bit more cautious when we put out stories, that I make sure we label it for who it's for, right? Like with this one, I go, well, this is for Templeton, right? Rise and Fall is, is for mature R18, right? Because it deals with some very dark subjects and themes and stuff, and has nudity and violence and swear words and so on. I don't try to not censor that, because I wanted this to be hard. I actually wasn't thinking about this being a hardcore book from the start. I was talking to a friend, and he said, look, you might as well do it, because you're not doing a book like that. And so I had to go back, and I have James, because I'd asked James to censor some parts, and then after that conversation, I said to James, we'll stick with the mature themes. I mean, mature art. I won't try to stifle myself or censor myself in this work. And so this is just no holds barred. And then after that, I was like, I'll write according to what the story is, and then let the story, work itself out into whatever, audience it wants, age. I mean, by that I mean age, right? That's it. I just realized I didn't fix that one. I was going, where's the other button? It's like, oh, there it is there. And we will change that into a bold, because he swears at him. No, you bastard. So don't go pointing fingers. So they have a love-hate relationship, the boss and Templeton. As if you're just joining us, this is working on the first issue of Templeton, #1. We've already what's doing here? Let's try to open up the cover A to show, because that's another one. Because with this one, we're putting out a interlocking A cover, which means every A cover for every single of the 6 issues, we'll have a cover that each cover will interlock into one single image. I wanted something special for each time we release a comic book, I like to have something different, and it's going to cost because it's an A cover, right? That's interlocking. It doesn't cost any extra. It's your standard, I think, $10. I think it's a 44-page book, so it might be a bit more. It might be $12. By the way, in New Zealand, a 44-page book is around about $16 or $18, depending if it's prestige cover or not. And most of our books come out like almost like a prestige cover. It's not square bound, but it's like a prestige cover. And I just realized I haven't changed the screen. But do check out Captain Harlock. It's a really cool series, since I had that up there. Let me open up this cover I wanted to show you guys. Give me one sec. Where's the interlocking? Is that one? Are you going to show me? No, there's a promo one. We did so many covers because we were going to do like 6 covers to go with the whole 666 theme of this Hell book, right? And then I was like, well, the more covers we do, the more complicated it gets, and like trying to get to printing and whatever. And I was like, what we'll do, we'll just like maybe do 4 covers. But here's the interlocking cover. Just bringing it up here. Excuse me. Wait. Oh, there it is. I was like, where'd you go? Is this coming up now? So this is cover A, the interlocking cover. Right. I just got to finish this little bit off here later. The wing colors are flats, and then send it off because this all here we got silver, right? But it's supposed to be all gold. And they're supposed to look like, is that one? Where's my angels? There we go. So they're supposed to look like these two here. Supposed to look like these people. So the skin tone's wrong as well. So I got to make sure that I go in and fix the skin tone, the hair, the wing colors, right? And also the shields and so on that they're wearing. And so this interlocks with 3 across, 2 more across, right? So 3 across and then 3 down, that all A covers. And this is the, I went too far back. Yeah, so it's very tiny there. So let me bring this center a bit more so you can show you in a way. So imagine another cover B. Cover issue 1, issue 3, 2, issue 3, 4, 5, 6, and so they all interlock into that. And then this thing, the tendril, right, is what joins them all across the 6 covers. And this is what cover A, by the way, not cover 6, not 7, not 1200, but A cover. And where's the mock-up that James did? It's been really awesome working with James on this, man. Like, we've been working for the last couple of years, 3 years or something, back and forth. He's worked on so many. Where's the, what do I call it? Like, maybe I'll call it interlocking. Let me find it. Like doing covers, Incredible covers for Howler, covers for Tortoise, Robot Nation, interlocking. Is that what I called it for the file name? No, I did not call that. Templeton mockup. And I'm sure I'm going to. Oh, there it is. Yeah, here we go. So, interlock mockup. So you can see these. So this is right. So, how am I going to do this? That way. So there's your. And so each of the main characters are represented, right, from the story. And then you get the religious symbol in the middle. This is just a mock-up, so you can see how the 6. That one, yeah. So the StreamYard things on covering my screen. So you can see that there, right, the tendril. So that's cover A. I mean cover 1, issue 1. So that's there. So placenta will be in that one for issue 2, cover A. Issue 3 will be the priest. Our teenagers will be issue 4. Angel would be issue 5, and Lilith will be issue 6. So there's just there's your tendrils that'll like bring it all together. But there's your 3 up, 3 down, and yeah. So I'm looking forward to that. And so it's really important to make sure that the colors all are the right colors, so they all go through the next 6 issues. Yeah, and this is when we. Oh, hold on. Let me see. We did this back in 2022. It's 4 years ago when we first started working and planned it. Like I can see it. Like it's the file is like 2022, right? So I've been working on this since then, and I've kept James busy working on covers and everything else. And actually did a couple pages for another book that we had a artist walk off. I was like, oh, great. So I had hell, I haven't even thought about that until now, for maybe 4 years now. That book. It was Alienated Alliance. Let me see if I can bring that up. Was it hold on. Was it would have been like 2022, I think, when I started that. Or was it 23? There we go. 2023. Yeah. Oh, it says 2025 here because I just moved it over the new folder. That's what the name of the folder is. But let me see if I can show you guys this work. It's a mature superhero comic that we never got to finish. Yeah, 2022. So this is one of the pages that James did for it. I had him do 4 pages. Would that make a cool cover or what, man? So we did almost had the entire first issue finished. And then the guy stopped. We had 4 pages, to do, and James did it. And if we, yeah, so this is the 4 pages that James did. Man, I haven't looked at this for about, 4 years? And this is when, like, I had my old Facebook stuff, profiles and everything, business accounts. I I was showing all this off because on the sharing the pages. And the thing with this is that I had to do tons and tons of circles, like lots of circles, because one of the things that's a polka dots, like different sizes, not the same size. So it's like it's crazy doing this because depending where on the body it's a real nightmare, right? So these are 4 pages. Like that alone, you could make into a cover, right? If you wanted, because it's just so cool. He just did such a great job on it. So this is the opening page, right? And then you get, and this is Alienated Alliance. And then that's page 2. They're fighting in a factory, hence why you got all these boxes in the back. And then he spits on her face, and you got like on a mask. You get this. Then she kicks him in the head. He goes, and she's of course got superpowers. He goes crashing out, and then munted. Then she drags him out. So you had that. Let me see if I did any colors on this. Did so much research for this because it's a sci-fi superhero comic, and oh wow, no, actually, I started in 2021. Oh wow. Yeah, okay, here's a promo I did, right? Like I was telling you about how like you got to have all these circles on it. This is the promo. All right. And this is a cover promo that I did for it. And this is what I mean by like I love designing logos, and so this is the logo I designed for it, Alienated Alliance. And so the characters actually wear this icon on their on their team uniforms. And so it goes, "Mother, can you hear me? Mother, can you hear me? Here I am. Can you see me? I'm waiting for you to come. I'm doing what you told me to do. Are you happy? Are you listening?" And it's like part 1 of 6. We are not alone, are we? So yeah. And byline, please stop the madness. So this is the madness. So it's a superhero character with a hooded thing with like 4 different circle colored on there, and they're like, and this is their gloves and stuff. So I did it as like a mock-up to show what we're playing. And this is from 2021, by the way. It should say here somewhere. No, it doesn't. Yeah, and it's a mature. Yeah, look, it's even got the old website. It's not just Plunge NZ. And so this was like a promo that I did as part of that. And of course you can see malfunction, my art name, my art alias name, and not my my real name, which now I use instead of that. So this goes back a while, about 5-6 years. And that's where the madness is fighting. I can't remember the name of this character that I had here. He's got a H on his thing, but I'll show you the design in a minute. I think I've got this from like I said, I haven't looked at this in about 4 to 5 years. Oh yeah, Hypersonic. Was it Hypersonic? The script, yeah, I think I wrote the script for entire first issue, second issue, 3 and 4. Actually, yeah, I actually had all the. Oh, here we go. So this is cool. prelim unfinished, which is the latest. Here's a PDF of the colors and stuff. I think it shows the lettering on it. I wouldn't put this out unless I had an artist set up to do issue 2. It's a 32 page. So let me get off the screen and show you guys the PDF. There we go. There's a PDF. Digital. I should say digital. Everybody's like now ruined the word PDF, right? So this is like the promo, cover. And then you've got, this is what I mean by the colors, right? So it's in the colors, and that's the actual logo I finally decided to go with after like about 10, 15 different designs. Hypersonic is the name of the character, as you can see here. Right, lettering was all done. And this is what's like the pencils for it. We never got to finish it. But I think if I remember right, the book, yeah, so there was some, one thing was, this is when I was just getting into working with artists, and I was very immature in how artists work. And now I'm like, I understand how they work. Like, and so I was just setting it up, like just saying, this is how I would like this to work. Like, the frames and cutting it up, the pencils that he was doing prelim. And it just, didn't just work the way I think that we didn't gel. But as you can see, we had some pretty cool, I designed the characters, by the way, to be that way. And it's like alien characters to look a certain way, because it's like based on the New Zealand dragon, right? The tuatara. Actually, you guys are probably the first one to ever see this. Yeah. Actually, this is the first time I'm actually showing this in public. So yeah, so there's a page missing, right? Page 16, meteor page missing, and then we go into Earth, right? Man with his dog. Had some inks done, some pencils done, right? Incomplete. So there's supposed to be like a panel here to make it work or whatever. Complete some stuff. And like I said, I was very immature in what I was like when I first started working with other artists. And so, like 5 years back. Now I'm like, I fully, get it. So this is in New Zealand. So this is cicadas. Wetters. These are like horrible looking creatures, but they're not dangerous, right? They eat bugs and stuff. They're not dangerous to humans. So yeah, that's your 32-page comic book. Hasn't seen the light of day until now. Yeah, so this is me. This is the early prelim designs that the artist did early on. There's my Madness character design. Mock-up. There's the early alien designs, and then my designs on top. And of course, all the way back then, I didn't even know I had this in here. This is the original that cover we just saw, right? That I just color flatted that I got to finish off. This is the pencils to that cover for Templeton, which I'm working on right now. And of course, there is the advertising for, once again, my art name. Back then, I was using that. Now I use my full name as a creator and writer. And so this is like the early stages of us releasing this. This book has already been released, by the way. You can actually, it's an all ages comic book. So let me pop out of there so I can get you the links to you can buy the digital digital version of it from Rising Sun Comics, our publisher, which is Page, I should say. Yeah, so you can. Issue 2 should be coming out soon, but you can. This is yeah, it's for $2.99 if you want to, grab the digital. It is right here. So that was our first book we put out on Kickstarter and was fulfilled. In the end, it came out under budget, so it wasn't really a good turnout for us. But we delivered the book within a month of the date we said we would deliver it. Full color, all ages. So kids, you can read it to kids, or kids can read it, and it's not dumbed down, right? So it's for everybody to read, right? And that was our Flagstaff comic book. So now, of course, we've done quite a lot of things. Like we have, built our own website. I need to update it because it was done. We did the website as part of our convention and not part of the comic books. But here's the website here, Plunge NZ. It would have been PlungeComics, but I screwed up rebuying the domain name with GoDaddy, and I didn't have the cash in hand. And then so now I make sure there's always money in the bank, right? And so I lost it. They were going to charge me about $600 because I went past the date, or something like that. And so this was really done as a promotion thing. But there are stuff on here that you can read for free, right? You can read the web comic version of Incredigo, the one I just showed you of the digital version. This is way back in 2019, 7 years ago. So people see me out here, they think, oh, just only just started. No, I've been doing comics since 2007. This is from about 2009 when we started working on this shit. And it's very early days for us, right? But so if you go on that site under web comics, you can have a bunch of stuff, free comics, free comic strips. This is one of my favorite, PJ and Shibi 3-panel comic strip. And I need to write it, but I don't. I need to get in the mood to write it because it's a political satire, modern day political satire. We're using anthropomorphic bears and animals, just no cats or dogs, but every other animal, right? Sheeps and so on. And just a family of, a teddy bear family, the modern bears. So yeah, do check it out if you're into that. And they're also pictureless storytelling, right? So comic strips where you're just using color, size of. It started with Inktober, way back in I think 2019, and just using panels. Not panels, sorry, speech bubbles, and colors and size of fonts, and to tell a story and try to have people make up their own characters based on the actual text they're reading, or the speech bubbles are reading. It's like a total imagine putting yourself in it, creating your own characters for it, and it's not like a superhero or anything like that. It's just everyday people, right? Okay, back to work. and back to music. So yeah, I mean, I think I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to relook at I was gonna show you guys something. Relook at working on Alien Alliance at some point, because it's there, and it's like seeing it just sit there and do nothing is kind of sucks. Because a lot of work was done on it, so you can just use the art as like storyboarding, right? Because I know I wrote the first 2-3 issues, because it's supposed to be a 4-issue comic book, and so let me see if I've got something else here I can show. Yeah, it wasn't something that I was like gonna do a lot of, but it would have built up to be a lot more once I set it up. With what else I do? Because it was like sitting. It started. I wrote this way back. Maybe about 15, 16 years ago, and so this is the Tuatara that I made as the character design work for the aliens. This is New Zealand's dragon. Like, these are like ancient. So like they're lizard, but like they're like the dinosaur type lizards. So the Komodo dragons. This is our New Zealand's version. It's called the Tuatara. All right, let's play. Let's see if I've got. I'm gonna upload a couple more songs on here, because I was trying to load some the other day, and it wouldn't load, and I think maybe you can only have a certain amount of songs on here. Oh well, that's loading. This is Blood Calls to Blood. Once this loads up, then I'll get back to. But yeah, I don't want to waste these pages, right? Because I think, man, James did such a cool job on these. There's there's like early as work that I did with James, who's of course working on Templeton right now, issue 3. Let me get rid of these older files so I can have space to look at stuff. But yeah. One day we'll, so this is what the cover A will look like, and it will be the interlocking cover to all the other cover A's from all the other issues, but they'll be all the lowest priced covers, despite being, interlocking cover. This is Blood Calls to Blood. This is not a really good version of the song. What version is this? Alright, let me go find another better version. Alright. Yeah, see, it won't load now. Darn it. Hold on. I don't think it likes loading when it's like playing it. Weird. Come on, let's see the male version. Yep, still doesn't want to load. Okay, never mind. Let's carry on with that. Blind. See, the music is really good. I just don't like the sound of the lyrics, vocals. Okay, let me see if I can get the male version of that. Come on, load. No, doesn't want to load. Maybe I'll get rid of this and then try to load the other one up. Okay, wait. Delete. Okay, you're gone. Let me see if I can. Because the male vocals are really good on this one, but I think yeah, it's just that I don't want to load up. Okay, let's listen to something else. Sleepless Night. It's kind of got a lot of new metal feel to it without the new metal vocals. Yeah, this is a bad version of the song as well. Man, all the good ones won't load up. I mean, the good versions won't load up. Hmm. I really like the bridge in songs. One of my favorite parts. Yeah, it's good. That's a good guitar. Like I keep saying, I love to see someone like, you know, do this for real, like with real music. That would be so awesome. Now I gotta go check the size of the font for this one compared to the one I did earlier, because I think earlier one's a bit larger, right, by point. Yeah, see, so what is the... Yeah, see, that's 10. I have it at 10 on earlier ones, but I think this is a smaller, so it looks small to me. Yeah, see, it's 7. I mean, I'm not sure if you guys can see, but it should be this. Did I say? Wait, was it 8? Yeah, it's 10. Yeah, it's got to be the same size as that. So it's, darn it, I gotta go back and fix that. Was it just this page I was doing it on? Oh, there's 2 pages, right? 16 as well. So let's go with, I'll save that, do it in order, otherwise I'll forget. Darn it. Well, at least I caught it now, right? Wait, is that a bit... Why does it feel like it's way too big? Yeah, it should be 8. Otherwise, it's going to be harder to read, and you need a magnifying glass, right? Yeah, 8 works. Did the song start again? I think it did. There we go. That's the end of that. So let's do another different version of Hell. There's the early version of Hell. There we go. That's one part done. Get this done. And it's like wasted half an hour by not realizing that the font size itself was a bit too small by 1 point, just 1 point. But that 1 point makes a lot of difference when you're reading on printed material, because you can't zoom in, right? But it's digital like this is, you can it doesn't matter. But when it's printed, if it's that small, it'll be tough on your eyes. Sweet. That's that. Didn't take too long. Lock. Save. Back to the other page. So I've got about that many pages to do. So it's like 2, 4. Wait. Oh, that's right. No, I'd done it quite a lot, and then I had to stop because I got the thing wrong. So I think I've only got about. We'll see how many I got. You just got to change the pages. All right, let's start with this one. Change the font size. And yeah, this is the one that I actually like of this version, I think. Dirty Deeds. Wait, did I finish that? No, it looks a bit too... There we go. Needed more white around the words. Thing is that if it's too close to the lines, it's tough for older readers. You know, by older I mean me. Because if you're wearing glasses and stuff, your eyes get a bit, you know. And the other thing is, I used to do glass blowing as a student, and so when you glare into that furnace, and it's so bright that it burns glass. Yeah, your eyes aren't that well light. I mean, your eyes don't like it that much. So I think that might have been where what damaged my eyes early on in my 20s. Yep, that page is done. Actually, yep, it is flattened. Let's put some colors in here. Maybe black. Dirty Deeds done. Not be undone. See, that's too dark. Is green the right color for that? Or do I need to do a new actually, let's try a new whip. Let's do some grays and blacks in that. A light gray. Let's try that. Hold on. It kind of feels like it needs a red. Let's put red in there. Wait, I said red. In the middle. People do free mesh. For mesh. I gotta like. Wait, what? Oh yeah. I have to rasterize before I can free mesh. By free mesh, I mean like you can transform. The lettering, you know, the whatever, and try to make it like it's like a real simple, cheap way of doing it. I mean, not cheap, but you know. So now it kind of like curves to the whip. And color. Rough as guts. I feel like it needs grays. Where's yellow? No, that's wrong. Wait. Nah, I don't know why. Sometimes, like when you do the colors, they don't always have work. And usually, it's probably just better just to go with nothing, like just white. There you go, just black and white. And now this makes me want to go just yellow. That's alright, I'll leave it. Let's see what happens. See what the opinion is afterwards when I send it across to James. Does it feel like this is still a bit small? Lock and load. One more page. Oh wait, I just realized something. Just trying to figure out if I got this the wrong way around. Kind of reads wrong here. What page is that? 14. 17. Yeah, I did get it all the way around. This should be down here. And the text for that is 6-pack. I mean the font.
Grasping on to the dream that awaits. Looking back, seeing those who chase. Ahead the tower awaits my arrival.
These soul containers or carriers containers has weird design in them, you know, like about 15 years ago. It's trying to convey what they, you know, to the artist, what I was going after. And the original art is actually included in this as part of the 11-page black and white story. Oh, it's a helicopter. Where is it? Here we go. So this is the original short, 11-page short. Once it opens up, let me move it across. That one? This one. There we go. So, yeah. It's the original 11-page short behemoth that we're including in this. Whoops. I paid to get these done about 11 years ago, 15 years ago. So you kind of see the same sort of where are you? Get back in your line. There we go. So you can see this little twirl, I mean not twirl, this path here, road taking them down, different to this one here. It's a different area, a long time before this story takes place. So I included that in this as just like a backup story. Behemoth. That's there. These little pages here. Double page there in the middle. Okay. Let's close you down to carry on with the lettering. Okay, so that reads right now.
to the dream that awaits. Looking back, seeing those who chase.
One more page done. At 17. We right on that one. I think we. Actually, locked and loaded and saved. Wait, I already finished this one. Yep, finished that one. Yeah. Just want to check on the font there. Oh, right, it's only got 3 more pages. Oh, no, I don't. Darn it. Just realized they're like, just because they're not colored, I thought they were like, I mean, part of the other story, but it's not. This is still got about 5, 7, 8 pages to go. There's a color flat. Import the colored page. Oh geez, we already 3 hours? Already. Whoa, okay. I need a break. Alright, I think we'll break now. This is twice as long as I want to go. Get my center line, grid, settings, center. There's my 0. Oh, that's right. I know what I did. Okay, down there and then enlarge.
Moving slowly through the great divide.
Okay.
Walls closing in high on both sides.
Perfect.
Road rising higher with every step. Gravel below my feet, a constant regret.
The Howler theme. It goes fast, but it's pushing for. Stop pushing or I'll bite your head off. Wait. Okay, what was, see, darn it. that font didn't friggin' transfer over. Okay, we'll have to choose some other font. House of Terror. I must have it somewhere in the file. See, we'll use something else instead. Something a bit more angry and vicious. See if this works. Aquila bold. That's dumbass. Maybe mouth breather. Oh, okay. When I was creating what I envisioned Hell to be for this book, I wanted like bones and skulls and demon flesh, skin, and sinew like everywhere, right? Because I wanted to be a place of like mayhem and destruction and pain and violence. And so I was looking at this here, and it's like it's basically bone, right, from some sort of demonic creature, and there's like skin still kind of like wrapped around it, you know, like intestines wrapped around the bone. You got like little, you know, little skull on top of it, and that's what's holding up these roads which they walk down, these pathways, what do you want to call it. I goes fast, Fingra. I goes fast. Was it capital? Yeah, it is. I was like, wait, doesn't work. I goes fast. I goes fast. And the other thing was like, because of their mouth, right? It's all different shaped. I was like, well, then their voices have to sound different, right? It can't be all like the same accent or same tone, and especially if they're big and stuff. So that's why I decided to have like fonts, different fonts for the demons, depending on what they were or what shapes they were as well, making them their own little species type thing, ethnicities, whatever, races. So demon just being like humans, and then like all the different shapes and stuff would be like different versions of them, different races of these demons. What it is, it's a terrible thing that it is. Wait, fuck, did I say that right? Page are we on? 20? The 20? That doesn't sound right. Why do I keep thinking on the... There we go. So, somewhere here, what is called... No. Spiral Well. Yep. Just what I saw. That font there is wrong. That should be that one. And we're 1 minute away from finishing the stream, that is. But we're taking a couple more hours to finish the rest of the pages. This is a 22-page comic book with the story. Then another 11 pages, so that's like what, 33-page comic book art. And I want to put a poster in the middle of it, because I think we got a double page spread, so I might put a poster right in the middle of it. Or I might ruin it, because I think this is the middle page here. And that's the last, I think that's the last page there of the story for this one, which is a killing. And then the 11 page, part one, sorry. And then 11 page, one like short story here, Behemoth. And then you've got like, I think I'm going to put some pinups in here as well. Because I've got two pages here that are spare. Actually, there might be 3 pages. I have to look at that. Update. All that stuff. When I start preparing for like the Kickstarter promotion campaign thing. Duties. I gotta look for. I think it's supposed to say that's what it is. It's a terrible thing. That's what it is. Perfect song for this. Song's about hell. But we heard it before, so if you start here from earlier on, you'll know the song. If you end up in hell, nobody to blame but ourselves. Okay. Let us not go off on a darner. Do. Keep the candle burning. There we go, that's better. Don't like that at all. Where are you? There you are. Brown. Thought bubble. There we go. And I've already gone over 6 minutes. Well, that was because I don't want to end us off on a dark, depressing mood. The only love song I wrote so far, out of the 20 songs I've written so far. Need some sort of weird font for this bastard. What should we give you? No, that don't work. Damn it. That works. Six. All right, folks, that is all for today. We will see you Thursday American time, Friday New Zealand time, and same as with Aussie, but Canada and all those other Northern Hemisphere times, we'll see you on Thursday. And I think it's about 7:30 or something, but it's 1:30 New Zealand time if you're watching here in New Zealand. Thank you for hanging out with me, all of you. Appreciate that. and have an amazing, awesome day. We take a long break and then come back and chill out, rest my eyes, because 4 hours is major on my back and on my eyes. So we will see you soon. Ka kite anō, wherever you are, be well, be safe. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it very much. And yeah, wherever you are, have an awesome day. Bye for now. Thank you guys on Kick for watching, and also here on on YouTube, and also on Twitter. I want to do one more, but I got to pay extra, and I'm not going to pay extra for that. So I'm happy with just the 3 different platforms. Thank you so much, guys. Catch you soon. Bye for now.
Nope. Can't stay here anymore. I gotta get back. I think this was the spot. Oh Lord, I beseech thee, please return me to my old life. I swear I'll do anything. Literally anything. And I won't bother you again, so pretty please bring me back to life.